opening. What if you were born in Africa? Have you ever wondered? What if your life had started somewhere else? Like in Africa? What if, instead of waking up to coffee in the morning, you woke up to roasted grasshoppers? Your name wasn't Ali, Alex, Emily, Sophie, Carlos, or Maria. What if your name was Mboko? What if you didn't hear a school bell, but the beat of a drum? And instead of doing your homework in the evening, you learned to carry firewood on your back? This video won't tell you about Africa. It will tell you in Africa. You will see yourself here, but as someone entirely different. Sometimes barefoot in the mud, sometimes in the eyes of a woman praying to the sky. And this isn't just a joke. This isn't a what a shame. This is a what if. And maybe this is the place where you'll come closest to yourself. This story was written to make you smile, crafted to make you wonder, but told to make you remember, because no matter where you were born, somewhere out there was another you. And tonight, you'll meet them. If you're ready, close your eyes. We begin. And this time, you're one of the tribe. The first thing you heard at birth, the drum. When you were born, the first words your mother spoke were, "A child born beneath the baobab tree will endure the storm." You weren't in a delivery room. You were never in a sterile place. Your umbilical cord wasn't cut with scissors. It was severed with tree bark. And then, it was buried beneath the tree. Because here, they say, where the cord is buried, the soul remains tied. There were no nurses, but there were 3 women. One was chanting prayers, one was dancing by the fire, and the third was lifting you to the sky, shouting, "Let the rain God see." And just then, the sky thundered. Everyone rejoiced. That meant the heavens accepted. You didn't cry. There was already enough noise. You didn't need to. Because here, it's not the crying baby that stands out. It's the soul that cannot be silenced. No blanket was wrapped around you. A piece of goat skin was placed against your skin. It was soft dash, but still smelled of goat. Because here, a newborn isn't swaddled in cloth. They're wrapped in the spirit of an animal. And then you were lifted to the sky. A healer gently touched your back. She said, "This child was born with the wind from above. One day, they will go far." Your birth wasn't just a birth. It added a new leaf to the village's prophecy calendar. Your name was given at that moment. But no one had chosen it beforehand, because here, names aren't given. They are born from events. That morning, a rabbit had escaped. The village hunter couldn't catch it, so they called you Mboko, Imboko, the one who found the rabbit's trail but couldn't catch it. Names were destiny, and destiny was often the souvenir of a moment of misfortune. Maybe today your name is Mehmet, Lucas, or Emre. But if you were born here, your name would be a word at peace with its own bad luck. And that wouldn't bother you, because everyone's name was a little bit flawed. One was named "Hit His Head While Falling," another, "Born by Mistake in the Rain." But none of them were ashamed of their names, because here, a name wasn't an identity. It was the beginning of a story. Your first cradle wasn't a basket. It was a straw bed tucked between 2 large stones. It was stuffed with wool from the village's oldest goat, and on your first night, someone stoked the fire, because every newborn soul here was believed to fear not the dark, but the light. Your first night began with eyes open to the sky. You weren't told a bedtime story, but 9 people stood over you, each whispering a prayer in turn. One of them said, "While this child sleeps, the spirits of their elders will come." That morning, something unusual was noticed. The moon had risen before the sun. That meant a reverse spirit. So it was believed you would one day be stubborn, and here, stubbornness was strength. You cried for the first time, 4 hours after birth. The reason? A butterfly. You got scared when it landed on your nose, and you cried. But everyone rejoiced, because the butterfly was yellow, and yellow meant soul gate. So your cry wasn't just fear, it was your first spiritual opening, and that's how your life began. With your birth came not only a child, but a belief, an expectation, and maybe a new legend. You didn't eat baby food, you ate crushed roots. After you were born, they first lifted you to the sky, but then they placed you on the ground. You had greeted the heavens. Now it was time to get used to the earth, and that adjustment began with the stomach. There were no bottles, but the first thing to touch your lips was a paste made from crushed tree root. It wasn't sweet, it wasn't sour, it was just tough, but that toughness was your first contact with reality. No one asked, "Are you full?" Because fullness wasn't up to you. It was up to the one raising you. A woman would place her hand on your belly and say, "It's softened? Okay, this one won't cry tonight." There were no high chairs, but you were seated on a woman's lap, and that lap was always steady, because a baby placed on a lap had to trust that lap completely. Here, trust in infancy wasn't built through cuddles, but through balance. The first liquid you drank wasn't milk, it was a kind of tea. But there was no mint in it, no ginger either. What was in it? Crushed seeds, a bit of wood ash, and a single drop of goat's blood. Yes, it sounds strange, but here, this brew was believed to shield the soul from outside harm. And if the baby cried while drinking it, they'd say, "Born weak." If not, this child will follow the path of their ancestors. 3 other babies were born the same month as you, and whichever one crawled first was believed to become the leader. So they constantly nudged you. They placed pebbles under your belly, dripped water from leaves onto your shoulder. But you were lazy. When the other babies passed you, your name was temporarily changed to Slowfoot. It wasn't official, but everyone called you that. When your first tooth came out, they gave you meat for the first time, but it wasn't cooked. They just held the tip over fire, rubbed it with ashes, and handed it to you. And while you chewed on it, they watched your eyes closely. Because here, a baby who can chew raw meat is believed to carry the spirit of a shaman. You struggled a little, but you swallowed it, and immediately spat on the ground. Everyone was surprised, because that meant a soul that rejects the animal within. They thought maybe you'd be drawn to meditation, but of course, nobody cared much when you were a baby. They simply said, "This one will be a dreamer." You didn't have scheduled feeding times. There were no clocks anyway. Hunger wasn't measured by time, but by behavior. If you cried, you were hungry. But if you stayed silent, that too was suspicious. Maybe your soul was full, but your body was empty, or the opposite. Sometimes, to soothe you, they would place a necklace made of tribal stones on your chest. It would weigh you down, slow your breath. That was the technique to lull you to sleep. Your eyes would close without you even realizing it. With one stone, you'd sleep 5 hours. At night, when you got hungry, they gave you a paste made from wood dust. But first, someone would chew it in their mouth before feeding it to you. Yes, food mixed with saliva. Because here, motherhood bonds not only through body, but also through saliva. On some mornings, your first meal was honey, but the honey wasn't gathered for you. If the bees had abandoned the hive the night before, then in the morning, the honey was offered to accepted children. You made that list a few times, but once, after eating the honey, you threw up. So they said, "The bee inside this child hasn't awakened yet." From then on, smoke was blown onto the honey before they fed you. The day your first tooth came out was a big deal. You were given your first gift, a parrot feather. Its meaning? Your breath is now worthy of being heard. From then on, your cries would be taken seriously. But that night, you didn't sleep. You cried non-stop, and a woman came and burned the feather. This child won't speak through sound, but through silence. In reality, you just had gas, but no one knew that. Because here, physical problems always had spiritual explanations. One evening, you were left very hungry. Everyone forgot about you, so you started sucking on a stone. An old man saw it and said, "This child will be wise." Because babies who suck on stones are believed to be souls searching for the patience of the earth, you were impatient. But at that moment, you looked patient. And just like that, you were first mistakenly honored as the wise one. Everyone began to respect and love you, but you just wanted to eat. Crying wasn't forbidden, but too much meant the evil eye. Where you were born, crying babies were considered blessed, but only for the first 3 days. If you kept crying after that, this child attracts the evil eye, they'd say. And here, the evil eye was taken very seriously. A crying baby's head would be tied with a stone, a small, flat, white one. Why? Maybe your soul hadn't fully descended yet. The stone would weigh it down to earth. You cried too much during your first week, and one day, they tied 2 stones to your head, not just because you cried, but because the woman who was praying to stop your crying got too tired. When she grew weary, your crying was labeled a tribal noise violation. An elder woman said, "This child's voice shakes even the stones." One night, because of your cries, the fire died out, so they rubbed its ashes on your face. "This child is in love with the night," they said, and as a result, you were punished with daytime naps for a while. When you woke up, they placed you in the center of a circle. Around you, they lined up sesame husks. In this ritual, if the baby didn't cry, the sesame spirit was believed to have entered them. You didn't cry, but you sneezed. And that was even stranger, because here, if a baby sneezes, An ancestor is tickling their nose hairs. From that day on, every time you cried, people looked at the ground first. Maybe a spirit came and left footprints in the soil. Your crying became less about air and more about earth. When you cried, they didn't give you milk, because here, a crying baby wasn't hungry. Their soul was hungry, so instead they gave you a piece of wood wrapped in snakeskin to chew on. It wouldn't fit in your mouth. But while you tried to chew it, you stopped crying, and that was considered spiritual therapy. Your cries were logged like a calendar. How many times per day? What time? How long? Because some women scheduled farming based on crying cycles. Because of your crying pattern, they planted early that year. The harvest was poor. This child's spirit is impatient, they said. One night, they laid you on the ground and covered you with 3 goat skins. The goal to align your spirit's time with the rhythm of the earth. You went quiet, but then you sighed. And that too was recorded, because sighing here meant a call to the ancestors' souls. Your call lasted until morning, and someone dreamed of the tribe's old chief. The next day, everyone gathered around you. This child unlocked the tribe's memory. One day, an old woman came. She watched you cry for a long time. Then she said, "This child will either be a poet or will make all the animals follow him." Because here, babies who cry a lot were thought to resonate with the frequencies of forest animals. To test it, one morning they made you cry and placed a mouse next to you. The mouse looked at you and didn't run. That was good. But then, they brought a baby hyena. You looked at it and smiled. Silence fell over the tribe. Because here, if a baby smiles at a predator, the child's soul is reincarnated from that animal. That night, they made you a pillow from hyena fur. You didn't understand. But some believed you could now speak with animals. From that day forward, they began recording. Was your crying carried by the wind? Did it blend with the rustling of leaves? One day, you cried for no reason at all. You weren't hungry, you weren't sick. But someone said, the sun god got too close to him. Everyone looked up at the sky. No clouds. But they believed you had seen the eye of the sun. So they moved you into the shade. For 3 days, you were only fed in the shadows. They called it the light fast. When you were quiet, when you didn't cry, people grew more anxious. 'Cause here, silence was a warning. Either something bad will happen or something very good. But either way, it meant change. One day, you didn't cry at all. A full 24 hours, and a man picked up a pickaxe. He believed your silence meant something must be buried, so he dug a hole and buried a small stone. That stone was now called your silence. Even today, in that village, if a child doesn't cry at all, they go visit that stone. It doesn't carry your name, but is known as the child who once spoke through silence. You don't remember any of this, but if you had been born in Africa, you could have started a belief system just by crying. You carried not a name, but a soul. If you had been born in Africa, your identity wouldn't be defined by a birth certificate, but by the traces of your soul. You wouldn't have a name, a surname, an ID card, but you would have a name. and that name wouldn't belong to you. It would belong to the day. If dry winds swept through the village when you were born, your name would be Breeze. If a bird sang that morning, they'd call you Echo. If footprints were found in the dirt, they'd call you Step. And that name wouldn't last until you died. It would stay with you only until the next event. The day you were born, a woman failed to give birth. Her tears fell into the soil, so they named you Rain Eye, because here, every tear is believed to help a seed grow. You didn't choose your name. Your family wasn't asked either. The first being to look at you, which could even be a goat, would name you from your soul. Once, an old man came to see you. He looked at you, then knelt down and said, "This child has been born before." That day, you were named again, because here, when the same soul returns in a second body, someone always remembers. That's why, as a child, some people called you Uncle. You were believed to carry the soul of an old woman's late husband. As a child, you became someone's memory. You didn't own a name. Your name owned the soul it carried. And that soul would sometimes come to you at night, in animal form. If you dreamed of a tiger, your name would change the next day. One night you became Tiger Tooth. Another night, Rootless Tree. Your name didn't describe you. It tested you. It challenged you, carried you, shook you. Because here, names aren't burdens given to children. Children are shaped under the weight of their names. One day, you laughed too much, for no reason. And someone who saw you said, "The breath of the sun lives in him." That day, your name became Light of Laughter, but only for one day, because the next morning you cried. And then they called you Shadow. You didn't have a notebook for your names, but you had a stone. Every new name was etched into that stone. As the stone grew, so did you. And when that stone finally cracked, "This child has left their old name behind," they said. And so, you forgot your name, but everyone remembered you. Because here, what mattered wasn't who you were. It was which wind brought you, and in which silence you grew. You wouldn't go to school. School would come to you. In your childhood, there were no school benches. Classrooms weren't built of planks, but of the shadows hollowed from the trunks of baobab trees. The blackboard wasn't chalk. It was animal tracks drawn in charcoal. You learned your first alphabet in the soil, and every letter was really a track. A bear's paw, a bird's wing print, or the winding trail of a scorpion. Your math wasn't 1 + 1, but if you trade one goat for one chicken, how many ears of corn do you get? And to give the right answer, you had to weigh the goat's stubbornness against the chicken's size. So before solving any problem, you always consulted nature. No school bell rang in the mornings, but a bird sang. Its name, the bolo bolo bird. Each call meant the day is starting. If the bird fell silent, you were already late for class. Lessons. Morning's first lesson, distinguishing the cries of predators. Midday. Techniques for picking mangoes without falling from the tree. Afternoon. What to do if you see a crocodile while swimming by the lake. And yes, there was homework, but not with a book. Tonight's assignment, count 3 stars, give each a name, and explain in the morning why you chose those names. You named the stars Lonely Goat, Lost Fire, and Three-Eyed Man. Because you had seen those names in a dream. Your teacher wasn't a single person. It was the community. While the women taught you recipes, they whispered, "The secret of ginger." While the men drew their bows, you learned with your eyes how to hold your breath. Your curriculum traveled by mouth, not on paper, and there were no repeaters. But if anyone forgot the river's direction, their water-carrying duty doubled that day. Not a punishment, a memory-reinforcing technique. You didn't ask every question, because here some knowledge wasn't given to the unready. A child had to learn that a snake was venomous on their own, either through a warning hiss or through a bite. Once, one of your friends touched fire. He burned his hand. Then an old woman came and said, "We can't simply say, 'Fire burns,' because this truth is remembered only through skin." So you learned too, by yourself, by sweating, by falling, sometimes by crying. But no one ever said, "You failed this lesson." Because here, success wasn't a contest. It was the art of trying again. You had no toys, but your games were as real as life. You didn't play with plastic toys. You played with real life. You had no toy car, but you tied 4 goats to a stick and made a desert bus. It had no steering wheel, but it learned how to turn. It couldn't brake, but every time you went downhill, someone always started praying out loud. You didn't have a baby doll, but you wrapped a piece of cloth in banana leaves and named her Yele. You talked to her at night, carried her on your back during the day, and tucked her into a mud house you built. One day, you got into a fight with your friends because someone tore Yele's head off. And that day, for the first time, a funeral was held for a toy. You had no ball, but a lump of dirt rolled from a termite mound was declared the sacred ball. Whoever kept it became the leader of the year. You won 3 days in a row, and they made you ball chief. But there was a scorpion inside the ball. You didn't learn while playing the ball. You learned while being bitten by it. Don't get too attached to anything. You never know what's inside. Your hide-and-seek game? Played in the forest. But counting didn't go to 10. You had to run 20 steps. If someone wasn't found, people said, "They've merged with the lake spirit." And if someone disappeared for too long, they'd really go check the lake. Because here, every game was woven into a story. Once, the legend was told of a child who vanished in the lake and returned as a fish. And from that day on, one of your friends greeted every fish he saw. Your games weren't just to pass time. Your games were like rites of passage. If someone fell from a tree but didn't cry, they said, "He's grown up now." And that night, he was allowed into the fire dance circle. You fell too. Your knees scabbed over. When you showed your mother, she said, "That knee is no longer yours. It belongs to the earth." You never understood what that meant. But after that day, you gave your knee a name, Earth Brother. Games had punishments too. If you tricked someone, left false tracks, or told a lie, you had to perform the monkey walk. One day, you tricked a friend. You didn't hide properly. You climbed a tall tree. When your friend couldn't find you, he cried. So they smeared your face with banana pulp and made you walk like a monkey from sunrise to sunset. That day, the game taught you more than fun. It taught you morality. You learn that every lie had its own walk, and the races. The prize wasn't a banana. It was a story. One day, you ran fast and came in first. Your reward? You were the first to hear. The story of the back of the fire. Only the winner got to hear it. Second place waited. Third was forgotten. Because here, winning a game wasn't about glory. It was about reaching the story. So you didn't fall in love with running? You fell in love with opening the story. And not a single day passed without play, because here, games weren't child's play. They were rehearsals for survival. Your friends weren't human. Sometimes they were stones. Your friends couldn't be reached by dialing a fixed number. You had no phones, because to speak, you needed a heart, not an ear. Your closest companion was sometimes the trunk of a tree. You would sit beside it for hours in silence, searching the cracks in its bark for an elderly face. Sometimes that face smiled at you. Sometimes it turned away. And every day you hugged the tree again to say you were sorry. One day you looked at the sky and cried, because the bird that was your friend didn't return. You had named that bird Go-Go. Each morning it sang, and you answered with a whistle. Then, one day, it was simply gone. You didn't speak for a week. Your father came and handed you a stone, its center hollowed in a perfect circle. He said, "Go-Go's spirit lives in this stone now. Tell it everything in your heart." You wept to the stone. Then you laughed. Then you began to talk with it. That stone became your most loyal confidant. You called it Little Silence. Sometimes a shadow, sometimes a breeze became your friend. You owned nothing, yet you were never alone. For loneliness visits only those who stay silent. You always spoke. At times you spent hours with a line of ants, naming each one. You loved one especially, Redfoot. When a frog ate it, you suffered the first tragedy of your life. Of course you had human friends too, mud-caked, running naked, noses dripping with snot. Each as singular as the day you were born. One child never uttered a sound, yet told the best stories, because here, storytelling was done with eyes and fingers, not words. Another ran very fast but never reached the finish line, always pausing at a flower along the way. You named him Forgetful Deer. Your games had no winners, but they had punishments. Once you were punished for losing, not by hauling water, but by having a leaf stuck to your back and hopping like a frog. Hop you did. Everyone laughed. Most of all, you. Here, laughing at yourself was the mark of growing up. Then one day, one friend vanished. He was only 7. No one spoke of it the next day, but 3 stones were placed beneath a tree. From then on, you greeted that tree daily, because here, friendship began not in play, but in remembrance. And as long as you remembered, no friend ever truly left. One day you sat by the fire and gave yourself a name. When you were born, they gave you a name. But that was only the beginning, because here, names aren't fixed at birth. They're shaped by what you live through. Your true name would be born one day around a fire. When that day came, you sat silently inside a circle. A fire burned at the center. Around you stood elders, their faces streaked with ash. They looked at you, straight through your eyes. They asked no questions, because here no one says, What should your name be? A name isn't spoken. It emerges. They threw a handful of dry herbs onto the flames. As the herbs cracked and flared, one elder shouted, "I see!" Silence fell. Then an old woman whispered, "This child is like a stone, not hard, but able to carry water. And if it falls, it doesn't break. It grows." In that moment, your new name was given, Okolamba, the stone that carries water. From that day on, no one used your old name because you had found yourself. The ritual marked a turning point. You were no longer a child. You were you. You walked in your own shadow. You hunted your own food. You even slept in the forest alone for the first time. That night, you dreamed of a giant owl. It told you, taking a name is easy. Carrying it is hard. You woke up afraid. But that day you learned fear is also a name. Inside you a sentence echoed, "I am not afraid, because now I have a name." The next morning, the elders led you to the tribal banner, goatskin painted with a sun and a spear. They inscribed your name on it, not with letters, but with a spearhead symbol and 3 drops of water. That day, you received your first spear. You didn't hunt with it. You planted it in the ground. They said, "Now you have a place. The earth will speak to you." You discovered that here, as you grow older, birth repeats itself. Your second birth arrives the moment you earn a name. Thus your childhood ended. Everyone began calling you by your new name. But most important, when you sought to know yourself, you looked not in a mirror, but into the lake. For here, to understand yourself, you need water to reflect your face. That day, you saw your reflection in the lake, mud on your cheeks, fire in your eyes, and the voices of the elders resting in your hands. Love smells of sweat. Your first love comes after the hunt. Your first love didn't begin with a note slipped onto a school desk. Here, love begins with sweat, and sweat comes not only from heat, but from effort. That day, as you returned from the forest, your clothes were crusted with mud, your hands streaked with blood, because you had caught a wild boar. It was the first animal you had ever hunted alone. Here, that feat is the first badge of manhood. And that day, the girls of the tribe were watching you, but they didn't look only at your face. They studied your feet, your shoulders, your back. Because here, the stories a body tells are far more valuable. That night, by the fire, an old woman called you over. In her hand was a bundle of long grass. She set it alight and traced shapes in the air with the burning ends. Today, a girl looked at you and saw not your face, but the mark on your neck. That mark's name is effort. Then she added, "She may have liked you, but that doesn't mean she has chosen you, because here, love is a test first, a choice after." Your first love didn't start with a dance. It began with a sweaty silence. She offered you a banana. You refused, because here, the one who makes the first move is called a thirsty heart. You waited, not wanting to be the thirsty one. But she returned with the banana, your name carved into its peel. And now everyone knew. She has chosen you. Yet that was only the beginning. In the tribe, love means competition. Even if a girl chooses you, you must prove you deserve her. So you entered the tracking in the dark contest. At night, with no light, leaving no trace, you had to reach her hut. One wrong step, and the entire village would shame you with shouts. You waited for darkness. You stepped into the night, using moonlight as a compass. When you arrived, there was only a mound of mud at her door. Inside it lay a banana, beside it a stone. Carved into the stone, I saw you. But did you see yourself? That night you walked back, and the next day, instead of dancing by the fire, you sat beside a lake. Because here, love falls into water, not into eyes. You loved her, but to reach her, you first had to reach yourself. Then she came. She looked at you, holding a new name, Owl Walker. Why? Because, she said, while watching you, you were silent like an owl, yet always seeing. Here, love is given not with a smile, but with a name. And that day, for the first time, you couldn't reveal your heart. But you changed your name, because now you were not only a hunter, you were a bearer of hearts. Aşk, testtir. Dans etmeden sevilmezsin. Senin için aşk hala bakışlarla yürüyordu. Ama burada sadece bakmakla kimseyi etkileyemezdin. Burada aşk ayaklarınla anlatılırdı. Çünkü aşkın en önemli sınavı gece dansı ritüeliydi. Bu ritüelde herkesin önünde dans ederdin. Ama TikTok gibi değil. Burada dans etmek demek, bedeninle geçmişini anlatmak, geleceğini göstermek demekti. Sen sahneye çıktığında çıplaktın. Ama çıplaklık burada ayıp değildi. Ayıp olan hikayesiz dans etmendi. Bir yudum su içtin, ellerini toprağa bastın ve başını geriye attın ve sonra ilk adımını attın. Bir adım, babandan kalan iz. Bir adım, ilk avladığın hayvanın çığlığı. Bir adım, ilk korktuğun gece. Ve en sonunda bir dönüş, ben şimdi biriyim, dedin. Kızlar baktı, anneler baktı, yaşlılar baktı. Ama en çok sen kendine baktın. Çünkü burada aşk, önce kendini taşıyabilmekti. O sırada başka erkekler de dans ediyordu. Kimisi çok hızlı döndü, kimisi yere kapanıp ağladı, kimisi ateşe tükürdü. Bu cesaretti. Ama sen sadece dönmedin. Durduğun yerin hakkını verdin. Ve herkes gördü. Senin aşkın acele etmeden yürüyordu. Ritüelin sonunda seçilen kızlar ortaya çıktı. Her biri elinde bir hayvan kemiği taşıyordu. Bu kemikler ben seçtim anlamına gelirdi. Senin gözlerin onun elindeydi ama o bakmadı, gitti. Kemiğini başkasına uzattı. Kalbin göl kıyısında bırakılan bir taş gibi ağırlaştı. Ama burada reddedilmek, bitmek değil, büyümekti. Ve sen o gece öğrendin. Aşk sadece senin bildiğin kadar değildir. Bazen karşındakinin tanımadığı kadar eksiksindir. Sonraki gün yalnızlığa çekildin. Gölün kenarına gidip kendine bir kemik buldun. Hayvan kemiği değil, eski bir balık çenesi. Onu yonttun. Üzerine 3 çizik attın. Anlamı, ben 3 kez deneyeceğim ama sadece biri beni görecek. Ve o gün aşka çalışmaya karar verdin. Dans etmeye değil, anlatmaya. Çünkü burada aşk, adımların değil, anlamların uyumuydu. Ve sen artık aşkı kazanmak için değil, anlatmak için yaşamaya karar verdin. Marriage dossier, a minimum of 3 snake skins to apply. Getting married here is no easy matter. There is no wedding hall, yet everyone watches you. There is no registry officer, yet there are application requirements. The very first, at least 3 snake skins. If you wish to marry a girl, you must capture 3 different snakes. and skin them alive. Otherwise, no one will call you groom. No one will deem you worthy of their daughter. When you set off to claim your first skin, you never imagined how much you would sweat. First snake, the tree snake, eyes like a human's. It senses you before it sees you. When you caught it, your hand burned. No feathers, only a curse in its stare. Second snake, the sand snake, buried by day, emerging at night. The moment you seized it, it spat on you. That spit was a curse. Third snake, the water snake, the most dangerous, because whoever finds the water is believed to find love. For 3 nights it watched you, slithering into your dreams while you slept beside the lake. You captured all 3. You dried their skins. You laid them before the tribal chief. He examined them. Well-skinned, he said. Then he asked, which skin shows your fear? Which shows your courage? Which shows your patience? You answered, tree snake, my fear. Sand snake, my courage. Water snake, patience, for it never came. I waited. The chief nodded. Then he said, he who can skin a snake may not marry. He who can tell the snake may marry. So that day you offered not only the skins, but the story behind them. Then the girl's mother arrived, a wooden spoon in hand. She struck the ground and asked, what will you feed her? She fills not with bananas, but with tales. What story will you give? You fell silent, for you had no story. Then you thought a moment, and you told one. Once there was a boy with no name, for he had not yet cried. One day he did not climb a tree, so he never fell. But one day he saw a girl. The girl saw him. And that day, for the first time, he cried. For the first time, he fell with his heart. The woman lifted the spoon, turned it to the right. Approval. At that moment, the circle of women accepted you. But it wasn't over. Final test. You had to play with the girl's youngest brother. Because here, a man is loved not by charming a woman, but by making her child laugh. You hopped with him, played hide and seek, tumbled into nettles. The child laughed. You laughed. And somewhere behind you, an elder murmured, now, he is a groom. The wedding, our shadows on red mud. There was no wedding hall, no balloons, no sound systems, no wedding cake either. But here, there was red mud. And on the morning of your wedding, they pressed your feet into that mud. Because to be called groom means to prove that you belong to the earth. At sunrise, the eldest of the tribe arrived. He struck the ground 3 times with a stick. Let 2 shadows join. Let 2 breaths become 1 voice. Let 2 hearts never turn back from the same path. That was the wedding prayer. Then they called you forward. The whole tribe had gathered at the center. But you couldn't see your bride, because here, a bride is not veiled in white. She is wrapped in banana leaves. She approached, dancing. But dance here means, I am ready. If she takes a step forward, it's yes. If she stops, it's no. You took a step toward her. She stepped too. That was the tribe's way of saying yes. Then ashes were sprinkled over both of you. Ash is the dust of the past here. Every couple forgets their own past, but carries someone else's ashes. They sprinkled you. with your grandfather's ashes, because now you carry his prayers. At that moment, the elders wept, because here, marriage is not only about love, it's the passing on of lineage. Then came the vow of union. There is no I do here, there is a vow. But the words are simple. If you go hungry, I'll cook you snake stew. If you thirst, I'll tell you stories instead of giving you water. If you can't sleep, I'll wait beside your dreams. But if you ever leave, you will take my shadow with you. You said it. She said the same. Then you both knelt at the same time. That meant we are equals. You were now married. But the wedding wasn't over, because here, weddings last 3 days. First day, night of fire. Second day, night of story. Third day, night of silence. Because when everyone's speaking, it's easy to feel united. But can you still understand each other in silence? That is the real test. That night, you didn't speak, but you heard her breathing. And you understood what her eyes were saying. We are now 2 bodies, 1 silence. Finally, they gave you a gift, a pickaxe, because here, a wedding means permission to build a home. A home isn't just made of bamboo. It's made when 2 souls lie down in the same dream. And that night, you placed your hand on her hair. For the first time, you were that close to someone. But here, closeness is not about touch. It's about understanding when nothing is said. Becoming a father at dawn, the meaning of the first cry. That morning, it wasn't the sun that woke you. It was a cry, no bird song. After all, even birds can't scream as sharply as the newly born. The first time you heard that sound, you did not run. You rose, because the voice was yours, not from your mouth, but from your heart. It came through another mouth, yet the pain belonged to you. You had become a father. But here, father doesn't mean registering a name on a document. It means biting through the cord. There were no scissors, no string, no modern birthing kit. But you had teeth. That morning, you held your wife's hand, watched the fire, and at the old woman's command of now, you bit the cord. Blood came. The taste of iron followed. But what truly arrived was a burden. From that moment on, you were not just a man. You were a root. The child was born, yet did not cry. In the tribe, that is a sign to fear. A child who doesn't cry is either very strong or from another world. You looked at the child. The child looked back, unblinking. The wise woman whispered, "This child carries the spirit of an old warrior. He doesn't cry because he already knows where he is." In that instant, you didn't feel like a father. You felt like a sentry. You would guard this soul. It was time to give a name. But not Ali or Aishi. Here, a name is forged by the first event. During the birth, a thunderous sound came from outside. A tree crashed, and an eagle took flight. At that exact moment, the baby blinked for the first time. His name was given, Mibula, meaning the one who awakens as the eagle falls. Because names here must carry meaning, and each time this child is called, a legend is retold. That day, you were now a father. But a child isn't raised in diapers here. A child is swaddled in animal skin. While you prepared the hide, your wife sang the first song. Not merely a lullaby, but a survival code. Its words, if the wolf howls, hide. If the eagle circles, do not look. If the moon swells, be silent. If I die, remember. And the child learns these words while still an infant. Because here, children grow not on fairy tales, but on truth. Fatherhood, a child on your back, a spear in your hand. There are no preschools here, no such thing as a playground, but there is a forest. And the forest is both the teacher and the exam paper. That day, your child was on your back. Your spear was slung over your shoulder. You were out hunting. But this hunt wasn't just to feed your belly. It was a lesson, because here, education is not written on boards. It's written on the earth. The first lesson began when you knelt down. You scooped up some soil and said, "Look, these are antelope tracks." But this broken branch? A person passed here. So what now? We either miss the prey or become the hunter. The child said nothing, but his eyes grew wide. He understood, because here, knowledge isn't explained to children. It is felt. As you walked, you spotted a snake. You froze, but the child stood tall. In the tribe, the first lesson about snakes is this. When you lock eyes with a snake, check your own heart first. If you're afraid, it bites. If you stare back bravely, it retreats. But if you blink, no one knows what happens. Later, you found a fruit tree. You broke off a branch and handed it to your child. The fruit was bitter, because here, 80% of fruits are poisonous. The remaining 20% belong to the elders. Still, you gave it. The child bit into it and winced. Then a wasp approached. That's when the real lesson began. Because in nature, you don't run from pain. You move through it. The child didn't cry. You didn't say, "Well done." You simply touched his head. Here, there is no "well done." When a head is touched, it means graduation. What did you hunt that day? A big nothing. No prey. But you carried your child on your back, and he carried you on his. You showed him the tracks. He showed you patience. You taught him the snake dash. He showed you that fear has no shape. And that day, you understood. Being a father isn't walking ahead. It's walking beside, and sometimes falling together. That night when you returned, the child was exhausted, but on his face was a mark, a stain of earth. You didn't wipe it, because in this tribe, a child dirtied by the soil is considered clean. Then came his first question. "Papa, when you get old, who will carry you?" You were silent. Then you said, "You don't have to carry my body. If you carry my story, that will be enough." Motherhood, life in your chest, secrets in your shadow. Phase 4, marriage and parenthood / subsection 3. In the tribe, a mother's voice is like the dawn call. It doesn't wake, it summons. Because here, motherhood is not an organic alarm. It is a spiritual frequency. Before the child opens his eyes, the mother's eyes are already open. Her chest aches. For milk fills not only the body, but the heart. And you, as a mother, once again fed not for yourself, but for another. Here, breastfeeding is not a need, it is a ritual. Each morning, when your child rests his head upon your breast, you close your eyes, for in that moment, an ancient prayer works in a mother's mind. Be sated with me, yet grow apart from me. Multiply not with my blood, but with my spirit. The words have been unchanged for centuries, and with the milk, they pass to the child. You don't notice, but you give your child more than protein. You carry meaning into his soul. Then come the lessons from the mother. There are no toys here, but there are stories. Every story takes shape in a mother's hands. One day you tell a tale of the snake, the next why the rain falls shyly. Yet each story hides a lesson. Do not run from fear. Enter it. Do not seek love. Give it. If you lose your path, look to your feet. If there are tracks, you are coming from somewhere already. These lessons engrave themselves on the child's heart like stone. In the middle of the day, the child falls, scrapes his knee. You do not rush at once. You wait a moment, because here, a mother's first duty is not to protect, but to strengthen. Then you approach slowly. You stroke his face, not his wound, and say, "A scar is the body's diary. You have begun to write." Then what do? You take some mud and smear it on the wound. There is no antiseptic here, but earth is both germ and balm. And so, you raise him through nature. That night the child cannot sleep. He cries, but the cause is not teeth, it is fear. You lie beside him. You press not your chest, but your back against him. Because here, motherhood is not always standing in front. Sometimes it is being behind. You whisper, "I am here," even if your eyes are closed. "I am always here, even when I am gone." Something inside you will always whisper me. The child sleeps, but you cannot. For you are preparing a new prayer for dawn, being a family, sleeping together beneath thorny bushes. Evening falls, but the sun does not set. It burns. The sky doesn't turn orange. It turns the color of embers. You are tired. The child is drowsy. Your partner is silent. But this silence is not tension. It's a kind of agreement. Even without words, you all feel the same truth. We survived today. Tomorrow, we'll try again. You gather beneath a thorny bush. Why there? Because it's the only place snakes can't reach. It's a natural cradle, but it's also a test. Because the thorns protect and they pierce. To be a family here means to be a pillow and a thorn at the same time. Dinner. A handful of boiled roots, a bit of smoky fish, and one strange fruit. No one agrees on its name. But there's something else at the table. Sharing. You split the fish, mash the roots, and pass them to your partner. Because here, there is no "you eat first." There is only "let's be full together." The fire is lit, but not for warmth, for remembrance. By the fire, the oldest woman speaks. Today, the wind blew from the north. That means the spirits of the past have returned. You nod. The child doesn't understand, but he watches. Your partner smiles and whispers, "We didn't light the fire. We summoned the breath of our ancestors." Because here, the night fire is not heat. It is a prayer. Then comes the time to sleep. But no one sleeps in their own bed. You sleep leaning on each other. You give your back to your partner. She reaches for the child, and 3 hearts begin to beat in the same rhythm. From the forest, a sound arises, a jackal or a ghost. We're not quite sure. The child flinches. Your eyes stay open. Your partner holds her breath. No one moves. Because here, being a family means freezing together in fear. Then you whisper, "Don't be afraid. The tribe never sleeps fully." Half of us dream. The other half watches. In the middle of the night, the child dreams. He screams. Your partner holds him. You stoke the fire, and the elder woman returns. "He dreamed of a tiger. That's a good sign. Tigers visit only the strong." You smile, because here, even a dream is a test. But if it's shared, it's past. Before sunrise, you offer a prayer. Let us rise together, not as the same, but as different pieces that complete one another. And that morning, you don't simply wake. You are born again, every single day. Slowing body, expanding spirit. Mornings no longer awaken to the crow of a rooster, but to the creaking of bones. Your joints protest. Your knees no longer greet you with hello, just sulk in silence. But here, old age is not a burden. It is a crown. For each wrinkle, like the grooves on a snake's skin, traces the direction of life. Once you rose at dawn to take up the spear, now you take up the staff. But the staff is more than support. It is a sign. I no longer hunt, I tell, and everyone listens. For when an elder speaks, even the wind slows its passage. You no longer light the fire. It is lit for you, but you become the shadow by its flame. Once you listened to stories, now your eyes tell them. A young one comes and says, "Maboko Baba, I found a lion's track this morning." You nod and say, "A lion's track? In my youth, I heard the lion's heart. It chose not to become prey." The youth is stunned. What does that mean now? But no one asks. Here, an elder's word is not explained. It is lived. At dusk, they carry you to the fire's edge. A cape of ancient goat drapes your shoulders. Yet your feet remain bare. For if you sever your bond with earth, your spirit parts from you. As long as you touch the ground, you remain alive. One evening, everyone gathers around. No reason needed. They feel it. Time has begun to speak. And you feel it too. Your eyelids grow heavy. Yet your heart grows light. That night, for the first time, you think the word ready. Not for death in mind, but for passing from one form into another. Like water, like wind, from one story into the next. Children bring you water, but you do not drink. You wash your hands only. For here, to drink water revives the body, but washing hands purifies the spirit. That night, you raise your hands to the sky and say, "Before you take me, take what I've carried. I have written my words into the air, my footprints into the earth. What remains? You know. Leaving stories to the young, becoming a painting on the wall. One morning, a youth approaches you, cradling a small drum and says, I want to hear your voice. Not with words, but with our heart's rhythm. You smile, for now rhythm speaks, not words. You tap the drum on a tree stump with your fingers. Slow, deep, muted. Tum, tum, tum. Youth, love, death. With every beat, children draw closer. Women fall silent. Men hold their breath. At that moment, everyone knows. You are no longer just a man. You have become a memory. That day, the whole village gathers at your hut, not to hear you speak, but to touch you. A child comes, sits at your knee. A woman combs your hair. A youth sprinkles water between your toes. For here, stories aren't read. They're felt by touch. You begin to speak, but not in words. With gaze, posture, quietude. A great figure is carved into the rock of the tribe. An elder, no spear on his back, yet a mark upon his brow. This is you. For here, immortality lives not in graves, but in stone. And stone is not only hard, it is loyal. At dusk, you no longer sit by the fire. You are within the fire. Stories flow on the tongues of others, though you speak no more. Because a story, even if imperfectly told, leads the spirit rightly. That night, someone dreams of you. They are a child, but you are old. And in the dream you say, do not cut the tree. I am within it. Every shadow has its grandfather. Your name is spoken by few now. But this is not loss. It is transformation. For your name is no longer a word. It is a vibration, echoing in the drum, in the wind, in the rain. And children, even if they do not understand, listen, for sometimes a story enters not through ears, but through bone. The last morning. No one greets you with good morning, for they know, today, something will pass between you and the sun. You rise, you wear no new garment, but you paint your face. Not black, not red, the color of earth. For to the place you came from, you will return in the same hue, aging and preparation for death. This morning the sun does not rise, it stands still. The sky is not pink, it is milk white, as if even the clouds hold their breath, as if the forest has ceased to whisper. For today, one among the tribe will die. But here, death is not sorrow. It is an invitation. And you prepare for that invitation. You wear only a single cloth, called tutu, its sacred purpose. So no burden you carried in life may encumber your passing. You wear no shoes, for the ground must know you. Your skin must meld into it. And earth is not fooled by falsehood. Women release their hair, men blacken their faces with ash. Children join hands in silence. This is not mourning. It is how they walk with you. You seat yourself at the fire's edge. You do not speak. You pick up a stone. Draw 3 lines upon it. 1, birth. 2, journey. 3, return. Then you place the stone in the earth. No name remains, only your marks. An elder woman leans close and whispers in your ear, close your eyes, but not to dream. Go to your shadow. For here, death is not a loss of light. It is gaining a shadow. The tribe surrounds you. No one weeps, but everyone turns their eyes. For should they look, they do not wish you to go. And you think, do not forget me. But when you remember, do not stand still. Move, dance, raise your voice, for spirits feed, not on silence, but on the echo. Then they place your body on a platform, not yet touching earth, for your spirit takes time to release from its shell. And then someone begins to drum, tum, 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 tum. This is the rhythm of farewell, but it is also the song of arrival. For as you depart, someone else comes. Your eyes are closed, but your lips move. No one hears, but you speak. I could not speak earth's tongue, but I listened well. I could not ascend to sky, but I always looked up. I never fully learned to love, but I never left my heart empty. And the wind rises. In that moment, everyone understands. You have begun to go. Children run forward. They place stones around your body. Each stone holds a memory they carry of you. One smiles and says, "This stone is from the day you played a joke on me." Another whispers, "This one from the day you first carried me on your back." You cannot hear, but your spirit hears. For here, after death, there is no forgetting, only the ritual of sharing. Then, all take a single breath together and release, together with you. Your life becomes a shared breath, and you go, but not nowhere, to everyone. What remains? Shadow, whisper, a legend. 3 days have passed since you left, but still someone keeps turning toward your hut, as if you might step out and say, "You drummed the wrong rhythm." Yet no one speaks, for here absence is not silent, it too speaks. And absence is most felt by children. One morning, little Mbika is playing with your staff when they fall. They do not cry, but they lift their head to the sky and whisper, "Father Mboko, did you see me?" And in that instant the wind rises, and everyone knows. You are there, not beneath a stone, but in the trembling leaf. No rites are held for you now, for your life was itself the ceremony. No one speaks your name aloud, but in every phrase your echo remains when someone plants the spear, just like Mboko. When someone lights the fire with one strike, I learned that from him. Your name is no longer praise. It is a measure, your footprints. No longer on forest paths, but in how people walk. Your voice, not in the crackle of flames, but in human silence. For here, a real life lives not in the body, but in behavior. One day a new child is born in the tribe. Their mother carries them to the tree under which you were born. There she cries out, "This child walks out from someone's shadow. This child shall be as deep as a drum sound." And that child is named Echo of Mboko. Thus, before you end, another begins. Over time, your possessions become sacred relics. That staff is no longer merely wood. New leaders speak with it, as if hearing wisdom from within. Your goatskin cloak becomes the ceremonial rain prayer robe, and the drum, no longer a rhythm, but a prayer. Sometimes someone dreams of you, not as the elder they remember, but as a child, and they cry. When asked about this dream, they say, even Mboko, sometimes wish to begin again. See, here no spirit ever fully leaves. All return in another body, in another laugh, in another conversation. You have no tombstone, but everyone knows where you are. For if a tree's trunk stands bowed, beneath it lies a wise one. Children sit in its shade, and one says, when the sun is highest, Ovary's shadow is shortest, yet it shows strongest then. You are that shadow, sharp, short, enduring. No one speaks about you now. They speak with you, for you are not was, you are. And every evening, when a child gazes at the stars, they say, Mboko, will you tell one more story? And the wind rises, the fire flares, a sound emerges, tum, 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 and the story begins again. Phase, after death and the journey of the soul. You are no longer here, and yet you are still here. Because in Africa, a soul does not die. It only becomes a shadow. That night, no one in the tribe sleeps. Because on the first night, the shadow of the newly departed begins to move. Children hide beneath their blankets. Women keep the fire burning. Men place the drum beside them. Because if the shadow wishes to speak, it leaves behind something, a sound or a wind. And that night, at exactly midnight, a sound is heard from within the hut, but it's not a human voice. Shh, shh. Was it a snake passing through? A breeze rustling the wall? No one knows, but everyone understands. The soul has returned. There is a belief in the tribe. If a sound is heard the first night after death, the soul holds no regret. But if there is no sound, it means the soul is unfinished. You left a sound. Only the elder women know what it means. That night, only one woman enters the hut, the eldest. She says, the soul is at peace, but it is still guarding something. What that something is, no one says aloud. But from that moment on, people begin speaking as if seeking your guidance. If a child faces a struggle, they ask, what would Mboko do now? If someone falls to the ground, they say, this is Mboko's test. You no longer remain a legend. You become a reference. Your name is not spoken loudly, but it moves like a shadow. Because here, souls don't dwell beneath the soil. They live in people's actions. There is a bird believed to carry your shadow. It sings at night and falls silent at dawn. Every time they hear it, they say, Mboko has chosen silence today. And if the bird sings twice, Mboko has made a decision. That day, people treat each other with more kindness, because from your shadow, they believe you're still making choices. A special puddle is chosen for you. Not a lake, not a river, a still, shallow place. Because that water doesn't flow, it reflects. People go there to look at your face. Not their face, yours. If the water is murky, they say, Mboko does not wish to speak. If it's clear, he's watching us. A child gazes into it and asks, does he like me? An elder whispers, "He doesn't want me with him just yet." Because here, death is not a door. It is a curtain, and behind it, someone is there. But only those who wish to see can see. At night, when a star shines brightly, they say, "That star is Mboko's eye." He watches the ones who sleep while awake. And now you are no longer a voice, but a gaze, a presence, a nudge, a conscience. From earth to wind, the soul's movement and messages. The morning is silent, but the leaves, they tremble, 'cause the wind has begun. Yet here, wind is not just air. It is a spirit, a soul that rises from the earth to carry messages. There is a belief in Africa. If the morning wind blows from the east, the past speaks. If it blows from the west, the future warns. From the north, it signals danger. And from the south, it means a birth is near. That day, the wind came from the south. And a woman closed herself in her hut with labor pains, but no one helped start the birth. Because the wind would deliver the child. That child was named Son of the Wind. And a whisper followed. This child is Mboko's return. Your soul was no longer a person. It had become an influence in the trembling of a tree's leaves, in the direction of a fallen ant. You were there. If someone has a difficult day, they say, "Mboko spoke a lot today." Because wind is sometimes gentle, but sometimes it teaches. There is a tradition in the tribe. When a child cries for the first time, wind is brought to their ears through a leaf or a stick with a stone tied at the tip. And with that breeze, they whisper, "Tell me, spirit, where will this child go?" Then, according to the wind's direction, the child is given a symbolic name. If it blows east, the child is Old Traveler. If it blows west, New Seeker. From the north, the Resistor. From the south, Seed of Hope. Even in birth, the soul points a direction. Your old walking stick is now buried in the soil, but holes were carved into it. So whenever the wind blows, it whistles through them. And when someone leans toward your old hut, they hear, huh, huh, a breath. Maybe your breath. Now, once a year, the March of the Spirits is celebrated. Everyone walks barefoot on the earth. Shoes are forbidden, because the earth can only be heard by bare feet, and spirits only hear the sound of naked steps. That entire day, speech is forbidden. Only murmurs are allowed, because the wind never answers in shouts. It replies with whispers. At night, everyone returns to their huts and lights a small fire. As one watches the smoke, they say, "If the smoke rises straight, Mboko approves. If it curls, Mboko is amused. If it scatters, be careful. A decision is wrong. You are no longer just felt. You are interpreted." One day, a child arrives, holding a stone taken from your old hut. "I saw this stone in my dream," he says. You whispered something to me. It was in the lines on this rock. The women examine it. The markings are tangled. Then one shouts, "It's the trail of a snake." Everyone falls silent because a snake trail is a message of wisdom. Your soul had spoken through a stone, and that child will one day become a shaman because the wind once brushed his ear. The face in the water remembered spirits and rituals. After every death, a silence falls. But this silence is not to forget. It is to remember. In Africa, souls do not live in graves. They live in water. Water is the oldest mirror. It reflects not only the form, but carries the past. A pond was chosen for you. They named it Mboko's Tear. But no one goes there to cry. Everyone who visits goes to see themselves. Because water does not only show a face, it reveals intention. In the early hours of morning, someone comes. They kneel, gazing into the water, not looking for their own reflection, but for the trace you left behind. If the water ripples, they say, his soul is unsettled, or he hasn't answered yet. But if the water is calm, a truth has been learned. There is a tradition to honor your spirit. Every year by the pond, a sentence is whispered, not a prayer, but a confession, a truth, a secret. Someone might lean in and say, "Mboko, I broke the spear on purpose, but I blamed another. Did you see everything?" Then they wait, only watching the water. If it stays still, your spirit has forgiven. In the tribe, every soul lives somewhere, some in trees, others in stones, but yours lives in the water, because even in life, you were always passing through. You never stayed still. Now, too, you are in the current. Some children, before starting a game, wash their feet in the pond. Mboko is watching. They say, "Let's think pure thoughts." Because water here isn't just physical, it reflects the purity of decisions. One night, a woman dreams. In the dream, she walks to the pond, and in the water, a face appears. It is yours. And you're smiling. The next morning, she tells the tribe. Mboko smiled. This year will be a year of abundance. No one disagrees, because your smile is more trusted than any star. To honor your spirit, leaving something in the water became a custom. Some leave a strand of hair, others an old bead. Some whisper a word into the surface. One day, a child said, "I'll leave him one of my stories," and leaned toward the water, saying, "One day I was afraid of being alone." The water didn't ripple, but a light bird landed on the surface and flew off. From that moment, everyone understood the spirit carries stories too. The color of farewell, a final conversation with the soul. Everything comes to an end. But here, endings are not sealed with words, but with color. The final ceremony held after death in the tribe is called the Day of Colors, because every soul has its own farewell, and every farewell becomes a color. Your color of parting, earth red, because when you left, you didn't leave behind fear. You left a feeling like warm soil. On that day, no one wears clothes. They paint their bodies. But the paint is not decoration. It's meaning. If a child paints brown on their forehead, I carry their patience, they say. If a woman draws a white line on her hand, I understood their compassion. And everyone remembers you, like a color. As the farewell begins, no one speaks. Only water is poured over stones. As the water trickles down the rocks, shadows appear. And in those shadows, you are there. In this final farewell, everyone takes a turn to offer you their last sentence. But here, final words are not spoken aloud. They are given with eyes, with a look. Some avoid your gaze, out of regret. Some look long and deep, still holding a question. And in those glances, your soul becomes the answer. The old shaman of the tribe says, when a person lives, they shine. But when they die, they leave behind a shadow. And on that day, everyone says goodbye to your shadow, but no one waves. Because here, waving means, don't go. But you are not truly going. Souls here are not eternal, but they guide. And your direction, the west. That is where the sun sets in the sky, but its light turns the deepest red. Everyone turns toward that direction and whispers, don't go. But if you must, share with us where you go. That's considered the most heartfelt prayer, because here, farewells are not spoken like prayers. They are made from prayers. Lastly, the path to your old hut is decorated with flowers for 1 year, but each time a flower wilts, someone places another in its place, because your memory is not a grave, but a ritual. A child falls to the ground, stands up, dusts themselves off, and says, Mboko would do the same. A woman, unsure what to choose, places her hand on the soil. If the ground is warm, she says, he would have said yes. An elder, in their final breath, whispers, I saw Mboko, and I wasn't afraid. You are not gone. You are now in everything, in laughter, in whispers, in wind, in color, and in water. Your farewell was not a disappearance, but the birth of a habit. And if one day another child is born with another name, but beneath the same star, you will walk again. Closing, before you close your eyes. You're back in your own bed now, beneath a blanket. The light from your phone screen is starting to press against your eyelids, but something lingers inside. Mboko's voice. Tonight, you didn't just hear a story. You experienced a what if. You asked, if I were born somewhere else, would I be someone else? Grisa. And the answer, you found it right there. within yourself. Because no matter where you're born, a human is someone who laughs, cries, fears, and hopes. Someone who looks into another's eyes and says, "Me too." Your name may not have been Mboko, but your heartbeat, under the same star. Now close your eyes. Let go of everything you lived through today and build a tribe in your dreams. Maybe Mboko will come and sit beside you. Maybe he won't say a word, but he'll smile, because sometimes just knowing is enough. You exist too. You are worth telling a story about. Good night.